and flexible payment options, National Land Agency adjudication and land titling waivers available. They have 8 locations island-wide. Call 876-754-6436 or visit their website at geolandonline.com. Geoland Title Limited. Secure your land, secure your title.
Power in great moments. If you have financial needs, Chris and Charles will fix them for you. Power in great moments since 1992. Oh, we have it all. Power in great moments. Relax, you got Chris and Charles. Oh, we have it all. When you think loans, think Chris and Charles.
Looking to remodel your home? Need a unique marble countertop design or stylish bathroom faucet? Look no more. Garrett Trading caters to all your building finishing needs. From tiles and countertops to kitchen sinks and toilets, we have it all. Contact us today at 876-634-9773-4 or 876-669-8996. Visit our showrooms at 169 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8 or Stone Yard at 10 to 12 Claredale Avenue, Kingston 10. Garrett Trading for fine finishes, fittings and fixtures. In life's most difficult moments, you deserve care you can trust and service that honors your loved one's legacy. At Lee Mason Funeral Home, we are committed to guiding you with every step of the way. From personalized arrangements to dignified farewells, we ensure every detail reflects love and remembrance. Visit our office and showroom at 163 Constant Spring Road or call us at 876-865-9771. Lee Mason Funeral Home. Service with dignity.
If you love the vibes, the laughs, and the real talk, then you're one of us. Don't just listen, belong. Join the nationwide 90FM Family Club on Patreon.
Are your pots getting black? Stove burners need changing? Visit Domestic and Commercial Appliance Spares Limited, Regal Plaza, Old Hope Road, Kingston. The place where you can get almost everything for cooking, refrigeration, and laundry repairs. That's Domestic and Commercial Appliance Spares Limited. For more information, call or WhatsApp us at 876-445-2895. Call directly at 876-968-5104 or visit our website at www.dcappliancespares.com.
Nationwide 90 FM now presents live action from the 2026 FIFA World Cup Finals.
Brought to you by our platinum sponsors, KFC, it's finger licking good. Gold sponsors, Digicel. Powered by you, connected by us. Urban Development Corporation, making development happen for you. Sagicor Group Jamaica, wise financial thinking for life. National Road Operating and Construction Company, developing tolled roads for national development. Barita, making money work for you. Our silver sponsor, Anybet, and our bronze sponsors, Hose Assembly and Supply Limited, equipping Jamaica for success. Burger King, have it your way. Multilink, fast, secure, everywhere.
People that turn up, unity we say, nothing couldn't hurt us. This is our game, we love the World Cup. Competition with
1:03 p.m. here in Jamaica. It's a good afternoon to you on this Sunday, July 19, 2026. It is the day of days, the day when we crown a champion of world football. 4 years of bragging rights, another 4 years to walk around as the cock of the walk where men's football is concerned. We crown the champions of the world today. It's been a cracking tournament. 48 teams began on June 11 with the hope that they'll be in game 104, which is set for today. In the 103 games that we've seen so far, there have been 307 goals, an astonishing 10 in that third place playoff between France and England, whetting our appetite for another bonanza today. It is the final where everything is at stake, so we do not expect the game to be as open, but tactically it should be fantastic. And I want to say something early before I go further into the opening. a football coach or football referee watches the game differently from a casual observer. Andrew Price watches the game differently from me. I have no coaching experience. Valdin Legister, the referee, watches it different from Andrew does and watches it differently from the way I do. But all these different areas of focus, different areas of attention, different perspectives on the game will be engrossed today as the action unfolds on the pitch to see how Spain and Argentina will go about their business. The Spanish teams chasing their second world title. They won in 2010, of course, when it was a golden patch for them where they won the Euros, the World Cup, and then the Euros afterwards. Argentina, of course, chasing their fourth World Cup star, having won in 78, 86, 2018 and 2022 in Qatar they won. And of course, they're looking to repeat the third team in FIFA World Cup history to win back-to-back titles after the Brazilians did it in 58 and 62, and of course the Italians did it in 1934 and 1938. Before I go further, and I've said that already, but I'll say it again, let me tell you the lineups for this afternoon's games. The lineups are published already. The Spanish will have Unai Simon in goal. They'll have Pedro Porro at right back, Pau Cubarsí, Aymeric Laporte at the center of defense. Cucurella will be on the left of their defense. Rodri and Fabian Ruiz will police the midfield, shielding the back four. In front of them, Lamine Yamal on the right, Dani Olmo in the number 10 role centrally. Alex Baena retains his place. He plays on the left of the midfielders, and Mikel Oyarzabal plays at the tip of the spear, really a false nine in every sense of the word. Across from them, the Argentines have gone with Emi Martinez in goal, Tagliafico at left back, Sandro Martinez and Christian Romero continue their partnership at the heart of defense. Gonzalo Montiel plays on the right in front of those four. Gonzalez on the left of a midfield four. Then we have Fernandez in the midfield as well, along with Alexis McAllister. Rodrigo de Paul on the right of the midfield four. And up front, Julian Alvarez plays off the left. And of course, Ball Jesus, as they call him, Lionel Messi, plays on the left for coach Lionel Scaloni. Ruben de la Fuente, the man guiding the Spanish hopes in this tournament and of course preparing them for the final. Defensively, the teams have done very well. The Spanish have been excellent, conceding only once in their games so far, and they have scored 14 goals. They're the fourth most prolific team in this tournament. Argentina by far and away the leading scorers in the tournament with 19 goals, and they were looking to continue their trend. Messi has 8, chasing Kylian Mbappe, who has 10, and he may need a hat-trick, will need a hat-trick to win unless he bags a bunch of assists to go with 2 goals, which will edge him ahead in the race for that golden boot. What happened on Saturday? Saturday we got a game none of us expected. Nobody could have expected a 10-goal thriller in that third place playoff between France and the English team. England 4-0 up at halftime. It was, many people were saying, well, what's happening here? How is it that we can have 4 goals at halftime in a third place playoff at this level? Because the French didn't turn up. Declan Rice, he opened the scoring in the first half with one of the easiest goals he'll score at any level in football. And then that was in the 3rd minute. And Ezri Konsa doubled the lead in minute 18. Saka added scored his first in minute 37. Saka again 45 plus 1. Then after half-time, the French came to the party. Mbappe in minute 48. Barcola minute 54. Mbappe again minute 66. Then Saka scored a penalty in minute 87. Dembele in 90 plus 6 for the French. And Jude Bellingham came off the bench to have the last say with his 7th goal in the tournament, the most by an Englishman in FIFA World Cup finals history. And the game finished England 6 and France 4, an extraordinary scoreline by any measure. Today, the heavy lifting will be done by a panel which will be led off by Andrew Price and Valdin Legister. On Zoom, we'll have a young football analyst, Kevin Herlock, and later I'll be joined by the CEO of PFJL, Owen Hill, and the veteran coach, Calvert Fitzgerald. Enough from me for now. Gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Andrew. Good afternoon, Valdin.
Good afternoon to listeners and viewers. Good afternoon.
Excellent. All right. Before we even go to take your initial comments, firstly on that third place playoff yesterday, and of course looking ahead to today's game, let's recap and replay for the audience, not just listeners and viewers, the audience, the goals from that third place playoff on Saturday.
And collected by Rice, who's going to have a crack, and he's going to score! 2 minutes and 16 seconds. Captain for the day leads the way. England make the from Rice. And into the back of the net. A second goal for England. Esri Konsa. 2-0 inside the opening 20 minutes of the game. France at 6s and 7s. It's 3-0. Bukayo Saka. What a first half for England in the bronze medal game. That's a lovely turn from Meze and a brilliant pass into Saka. Oh, it's 4. Saka's second in the game. It's a first half demolition of France by England. Purposeful play by Upamecano into Elise. Here's Mbappe! Goal number 9 of this World Cup for the French star, who leads the way in the race for the Golden Boot. Rabiot, here's Mbappe. Beautifully weighted. Barcola, great chance. They've got 2. Is the comeback on? 2 goals inside the opening 9 minutes of the second half. And the game suddenly has a different feel at 4-2. Here come France again. Oh, it's 3. It's a historic goal. Kylian Mbappe has scored more goals than anyone else in the history of the World Cup. Bukayo Saka. He can. Great penalty. Mignon, no chance. It's a World Cup hat-trick for Bukayo Saka. Boy, did England need that goal. It's been a long, tough second half. France have come roaring back. But England now lead by 5 goals to 3. France looking for a 4th goal. It's Dembele. They found it. 5-4, a 9-goal thriller in Miami. A bronze medal match that has delivered and then some. Last year's Ballon d'Or winner joins the party. Bellingham, it's brilliant. Is it going to be number 6? Oh, you bet it is. What a way to sign off at the end of the World Cup. World class. 7th World Cup goal of 2026 for the brilliant Jude Bellingham.
Yeah, 10 goals. I start with the coach. That was wild on Saturday.
Most definitely, it's a very unusual finish for a third place. A third place game is always considered a dead rubber because both teams would have missed out on making the finals. But they certainly made it exciting for the viewing public. And one of the questions I'm sure a lot of people, especially if you're UK, why didn't Saka play a minute in the semi-finals if he could have played the entire 90 plus minutes and get a hat-trick? And a lot of English people must be questioning the coach as to his decision not to utilize him at all, because he definitely played well yesterday and certainly could have made an impact in the game. But water under the bridge. I think it was an exciting game. There are so many subplots with Mbappe being the leading goal scorer now by 2 goals over Lionel Messi, and the assist leader for the tournament got there with 7 goals, 7 assists.
Michael Olise.
Mm-hmm. Yes, so there are so many subplots, but after the game you really saw the camaraderie among the players and they really enjoyed the game, and it was a fitting way for the third place game to be ended.
Valen, it must have been an easy game to referee.
Not necessarily. And we saw evidence of the referee having to get a massage. It suggests that he had to be doing a lot of running. And the fact that the game was open, it was all out attack. So it wasn't necessarily easy, but I think he did well. In a game of 10 goals, the script was rewritten yesterday because, as Andrew would have said, many people don't like this third place thing, but I think he yesterday said to the world, listen, this is something that we must rethink.
Mm-hmm. How does a referee prepare for a third place playoff, you think, at that level, given that there's nothing at stake in real terms? The disciplinary enforcement that the referee usually has to enforce in a high stakes game, that pressure is not there. The layman would interpret. Is that the way the referee thinks that, listen, I won't have to be on players' backs to behave themselves and to conform to the laws of the game in an affair such as this?
The preparation is always the same, whether it's the first game of the tournament, whether it's the last game of the tournament or the third place. The referees always want to perform well. They want to do well in the eyes of FIFA. They want to do well in the eyes of the public, because they are not just looking for today, but they are looking for future tournaments. So it doesn't matter which stage of the tournament, referees always want to do well, get the decisions correct.
What do you imagine Deschamps would have said to his team at halftime, Andrew, in his last ever game as the man guiding French senior men's football? He would have been embarrassed at 4-0, and I'm sure he didn't want to go out the way the game was trending.
You're exactly right, George. I think he looked at them and said, look, it's time for you guys to wake up. This is not the team that we brought here to the World Cup. This is our last game. We have to make an impression, and you're playing way below your potential. Please go out there and put in an improved performance in the second half. And he made certain changes that I think affected the game. Bringing Upamecano, bringing in Dembele, definitely changed the tempo of the game. And as a result, they got back into the game and they did well. And maybe if the game had gone into time added on a lot longer or extra time, they could have very well gotten the victory. But England had already done the damage from in the first half. And it was basically a tale of two halves, where England totally dominated the first half, and the second half, the French team turned up the tempo and put a much improved performance.
You asked the question at the top that England supporters may be asking, well, if on the strength of this performance, why did Saka not get a run out in the semi-final clash against Argentina? But isn't it true that the disappointment for the French team not making the final after looking all the rage, the favourites for the big game, and the drop in intensity, the weakened French side, relatively speaking, because that 11 that started against England in the third place playoff wouldn't have started the final against either Spain or Argentina if they had made it there. So the drop off in intensity of France gave the game a feel and a complexion that wasn't truly competitive. Isn't that a good argument to make?
It's a good argument. When you look at the entire backline, the entire backline was totally different that France used throughout the entire World Cup. And I guess Deschamps, being the coach that he is, his last World Cup game, wanted to give some players an opportunity who hadn't gotten an opportunity throughout the entire tournament, and this was a fitting way to do it. But then, when the halftime came and he looked at the scoreboard, he said, this is not how I want to go out. So he decided to make some changes and introduce some of his better players to see if he could make the score a lot more reasonable, and it really happened.
Yeah, and Valdin, how much do you think, if at all, the performance from England, especially in that first half, and the result would have eased any of the pressure that Thomas Tuchel has come under since that cowardly performance against Argentina in the semi-final?
I think in this case it would have increased the pressure, because I remember one of the commentators saying he got a text from his son saying, why can't England play like this? So I'm thinking that the English population is saying, hey, why didn't we play like this? So the pressure would have increased. I think he made a mistake, coaching-wise, Andrew, in that game against Argentina, where he would have sat back and allowed Argentina to come at him. I think he employed a different tactics against France, even though it worked out in the end, but it almost also failed. So where do you draw the line? When I'm defensive or attacking, it can go against you. So it depends on the day. But I think the pressure is more on him now.
Yeah, and Andrew, the thing is this again. When you look at how Tuchel's England played on Saturday, you have to ask the question, why is it that English teams, year after year, tournament after tournament, cycle after cycle, no matter who the coach is, always seem to want to adopt the siege mentality in a big game? Defend and put everything on the line, and then this one heroic, if the individual takes the team up on his shoulders and does the glory thing, rather than a sober approach to the game where you try to attack, you try to be on the front foot, you try to push the impetus, you try to take the game to the opponent. It's always surround the castle and defend it to the hilt because it's about Englishness being on display. That's the impression I get from English teams over the years. That's the impression I got in that semi-final against Argentina.
Definitely. I mean, you're leading up to the 67th minute. There's a hydration break, and every single change that you make is a defensive change. Every single one. And you have offensive players on your bench.
And the substitutes get taller and taller.
Exactly. Let me button down until the end of this game. And I think that he made a big error not putting on attackers who, when even if they sat in a low block, when they countered into transition, there was nobody up there to keep the ball. As much as England loves Kane and they are the captain, I think that he was useless in the last 30 minutes of the game, and he should have been substituted where you have a more young and energetic individual who can provide an outlet when those balls were cleared in transition and could keep the ball up front. And definitely he'll have nightmares about this because he knew that there was a strong possibility that England could have reached the finals. This is the first medal that England has run since 1966, which was the last time they won the World Cup. So though a lot of the English pundits will be very hard on the England team, when you look at the overall performance, to come away with a third place medal isn't bad. And it's something that sets a foundation for which England can grow on.
Valdin, since 1998 when France won the World Cup, and of course the Mbappe-inspired one in 2018, there have been some brilliant French teams that have fallen short. We have to give Didier Deschamps credit for that 2018 World Cup win and the standard at which France have been since that moment up to this point. He leaves the international stage at the helm of the French team with his head held high, and a man who has helped to establish France as one of the true powers in world football. You would agree?
Yes, he would have done well, and I think the game yesterday was a fitting end, even though I think he would have wanted to leave with a victory, but France did well for themselves. France had a bad game at the wrong time. They played, and we were always saying, Andrew, all teams will have a bad game, but France had a bad game at the wrong time. So, but I think the coach would have done well. In his history, he left a mark, and France is in a good place.
Yeah, and as we finish up the reflective on the third place playoff, Andrew, when the USA hosted the World Cup in 1994, and we saw the ads and the promos, they were a bit cheesy, and people were saying, well, the World Cup in the USA, where football is not a big sport, it has come a far way since then, the game in the United States, and of course the game has grown globally. A game like that on Saturday, 6-4, with the whole USA, the whole world watching, can only do well to make football even more popular in the biggest market, biggest English-speaking language, and the biggest market where economics are concerned, for the game to continue its growth. You'd agree?
Without a doubt, it was a great advertisement for the greatest show on earth. If people doubted the quality that they can get from a football game, they saw it yesterday. And I envision that today, later in the finals, we'll also see a very good finals against two tactically matched teams that are very equal, and it's going to be very difficult to separate. And as I was telling Valdin before we got on here, it's the team that makes the least mistakes in this game today that's going to win.
And to draw a line under this, there was a poll being run, a quiz. The reporters quizzing Americans about the difference between the Super Bowl audience, which most Americans regard the Super Bowl as a pinnacle of sport, that the whole world watches the Super Bowl. And they said, well, what's the difference between the number of people who watch the FIFA World Cup final and those who watch the Super Bowl? And they were saying, what, 1 million, 2 million? And when the final answer came, 1.3 billion more people watch the FIFA World Cup final than the Super Bowl. It puts into context the game that we know and love. And the game I get peeved. It's another P I'd use, but it's radio and TV. When people say we play soccer and they play football, I'll never accept that. Anyway, gentlemen, today's game. I've given you both the lineups. You know it. Andrew, I want to hear you first. Tactically, how does either coach approach today's game?
Well, definitely De La Fuente with his Spanish team, he has stick to the team that has done well for the entire tournament. He hasn't done a lot of chop and changing throughout the entire tournament, and the team that he has started today is a team that has consistently done well throughout the tournament. And I'm looking at this game as the matching of the best defensive team against the best offensive team. And right now, if I were to pick a team, I would pick Spain. Reason being, they have only conceded one goal, and they don't look like conceding a goal. And as long as they play with that same kind of defensive maturity and structure that they have shown throughout the World Cup, with Captain Rodri in front shielding the defensive unit, I believe that it's going to be very difficult for this Argentine team to score, even though they have been very prolific throughout the tournament. Lionel Messi, as you know, can change a game on a dime, but believe me, I believe that this French defensive unit is very stifling.
You mean the Spanish?
Yeah, the Spanish. It's very stifling, very sophisticated, and they are very, very disciplined. And as a matter of fact, I expect this game to be decided by the odd goal.
Valdin, your perspective on today's clash?
It's one of those classic matchup. Spain is ball possessing. They like to have possession of the ball. And if they can have possession of the ball for most of the time, then it's going to be difficult for Argentina to score. Argentina, on the other hand, also likes possession, but is more thinking of hitting you on the counter. So the tactics today is going to be important. It's going to come down to the coaches. It is going to come down to the coach's decision today rather than the players. So that's how I think it will go. The team that can maintain the discipline, make less mistakes, that's the team that is going
Andrew
to
has called it for Spain. You're calling it for?
I'm calling it for Spain. 3-2.
3-2. Well, he did say the odd goal in one. Andrew, talk to me about the performance of Oyarzabal. He's not an unsung hero in this tournament. He's gotten his props, his praises at the tip of the Spanish attack, and the relationship that he has formed with Yamal, Olmo, and Alex Baena on the right for Spain. Those four in attack with Oyarzabal as the man expected to provide the goals consistently.
This is the classic case of the false nine. He's not an out-and-out striker, but he gets into those pockets and gets behind the defense and times his runs very well. If you even notice people like Mikel Merino, when he comes off the bench, he does a similar thing, and that's why they are normally substituted for each other, because they are very like. And De La Fuente loves the movement and the third runs of that false nine, and that is why he has been getting so many goals. And he's definitely dependable, and he has been very consistent. And once he gets a supply from Baena and Yamal, he can be very potent today.
Valdin, we've seen an Argentina team that, although heavily Messi dependent, other players have stepped up when they're in a period of difficulty. Cristian Romero has stepped up from central defense with a key goal. Lisandro Martinez, so both centre halves have scored key goals so far in the tournament. Julian Alvarez produced a rocket when they needed it. Martinez off the bench has provided something as well. The point I'm making is that Argentina have killers throughout the squad who can get that goal for you. Shouldn't Spain be very, very wary of thinking that only Messi can wound them mortally today?
I think if Spain come in with that mentality, they're going to be in problems, because we would have seen throughout the tournament Messi turn up in patches, but the other players are consistent, and as you said, they are killers and can hit you at any time. So if Spain take that approach of focusing on Messi, it's going to be problems for them.
Andrew, one of the things we saw over the course of the Premier League season was an Alexis McAllister that looked a shadow of the player that had starred for Brighton before and Liverpool in his early period at Anfield. He has looked his whole self in this tournament so far, and that combination with Enzo Fernandez in the midfield for Argentina has done very well, but we've not spoken about that pair as much as we've spoken about Rodri and whoever partners him in the midfield for Spain. Is that Argentina duo not a powerful force that will have to be reckoned with today by the Spanish team?
Most definitely. The two of them playing that double pivot in the middle of that four-man midfield have been very good. They are very dependable. I think that McAllister's form improved at the latter part of the EPL season, and he has carried that form into the World Cup. And Enzo is so dependable. When you need him to come up with the trumps, he has always come up with it, and he's a match winner. He can score goals from distance. He can get behind the box and get goals. He's an excellent player. When you look at the critical goal that he scored in the Egyptian game, in the dying moments, this Argentine team is resilient. They don't know how to lose. They don't want to lose. They are defending champions, and it would be folly for the Spanish team to take them lightly and think that it's only Messi that can put damage on them.
And gentlemen, before we take the break, Valdin, I put this last one to you. We've not seen Spain have to chase a game so far in this tournament. So we don't know how they act, and it's all well and good in your comfort zone to be able to do the things that you are comfortable doing and look impressive doing it. Teams have run off the rails when they've had to do something that they don't normally do, as France happened to France in the semi-final. Does the Spain team, you think, have what it takes to chase a game against this Argentina team?
I think they do. The quality of these players, trust me.
We would have said the same thing about France, you know.
Yes, we would have, but the quality that this team has proven to show that they have, I think they can. And again, they have a very good coach, and he's very tactical, and I think Spain has managed to maintain their discipline right throughout, and if they do that going down, they have the firepower to get back. So
yeah,
I'm not worried about that.
The statistics show that 13 of the last 14 European Championships and FIFA World Cups have been won by the team that played their semi-final first. Spain played their semi-final first heading into this one. The other one apart from the 14th, they played the semi-final on the same day. So almost every time the team that played their semi-final first in European Championships and FIFA World Cups, the last 14 tournaments combined, the team that played their semi-final first goes on to win. Will Argentina buck that trend today by being the one to make that statistic irrelevant? And we have to find another way to express these numbers. Time will tell. It's 1:30. We take a break here as we inch ever closer to kick off Nationwide 90 FM's coverage of the FIFA World Cup final for 2026. Man, it's going to be a big game.
Win with KFC, big league, join the league. Win a trip to Brazil, all you mean? Yeah. Big deal, meal deal, big match. Just buy KFC and win that. From now until July 20th, 2026, buy a big deal or meal deal for a chance to win a trip for two to Brazil. Courtesy of KFC, that's $500,000 cash from Best Dressed Chicken. 11 weekly winners score free KFC for a year. 65-inch TVs, smartphones, and more. Just WhatsApp your receipt to 876-784-7811 to enter and win big in the KFC Big League. Conditions apply. Authorized under Section 58 of the Betting Gaming and Lotteries.
Behind every successful team is a network of coaches, analysts, and experts. Successful investing works much the same way. At Barita Investments, our advisors work with clients to develop strategies designed around their goals. Barita Investments, making money work for you.
Are you looking for unbeatable deals this July? Then head on down to Hose Assembly and Supply Limited. It's the HAS July sale and everything must go. For the entire month of July, save up to 20% off yard sale items and get 15% off petroleum service and maintenance products. Plus, enjoy weekly giveaways all month long. Visit Hose Assembly and Supply Limited, 173 to 177 Hagley Park Road or 18 to 19 Montego Bay Trade Center. Mondays to Fridays, 8:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. Don't miss the HAS July sale. More than just hoses, more than just savings.
Jacob, creators join Jacob, Jacob, creators join Jacob. If you write, compose or publish, guess what? Copyright every work, no lose up on cash. Money. Play by the rules, Jacob. I tell you that a simple 1 3 Jamaica. Guess what? Just do the right thing, do the right thing. What? Do the right thing, do the right thing. Yeah. Do the right thing, do the right thing. Music users try go get your license. Do it. Do the right thing, do the right thing. What? Do the right thing, do the right thing. Yeah. Do the right thing.
Growing up, Sunday dinner was always family dinner.
Families are built on memories and traditions. But with a Sagicor Bank intergenerational mortgage, you can create more. Partner with any family member to purchase a home. Mummy, son, sister, cousin. Get up to 45 years to repay, solar funding, and a $2 million line of credit. Sagicor Bank's intergenerational mortgage makes home ownership easier. Visit sagicor.com to apply today. Conditions apply.
Football easy there. Energy, any bet. Pick your play, pick your play. Big match vibes make us celebrate. Pick your play, pick your play. Every match is a chance to win. Pick your play. See the odds, I'm lock in my pick. Think you know about football? Pick your predictions and put it to the test at anybet.com. Bet on match winners, goal scorers, live betting, and tournament champions. Online or in store, every match is a chance to win. Anybet, your best bet. Sign up today and pick your play at anybet.com. Must be 18 and over, bet responsibly.
You're listening to Nationwide 90 FM's FIFA World Cup 2026 coverage. This broadcast is proudly brought to you by our FIFA World Cup sponsors, KFC, It's Finger Licking Good, Digicel, powered by you, connected by us, Urban Development Corporation, making development happen for you, Sagicor Group Jamaica, Wise Financial Thinking for Life, National Road Operating and Construction Company, developing tolled roads for national development, Barita, making money work for you, Anybet, your best bet, Hose Assembly and Supply Limited, equipping Jamaica for success. Burger King, have it your way. Multilink, fast, secure, everywhere.
Unity we say, nothing couldn't hurt us. This is our game, we love the World Cup. Competition with a purpose. Man, them a baller. Man, them a baller. This is the greatest.
Welcome back to Nationwide 90 FM's coverage of the FIFA World Cup final. Time to take now a look, Alric, at the tactical approach of both Spain and Argentina, where each team is strong and weak at the same time, although people tell you that Spain haven't much shown any weakness so far in the tournament. They've been saying that Argentina have been living dangerously a couple of times, but have been managed to pull it out the fire game after game. So let's look at the tactical approach both teams are likely to take and where they are strong and not so strong heading into this big game.
What should we expect from this match? Spain always tries to build their attacks through a short build-up in a 4-2-3-1 shape. They can progress through both the center and the flanks, often creating a diamond on the wing to combine quickly. For Argentina, it will be crucial to block Spain's two holding midfielders and prevent them from progressing comfortably from defense into attack. Spain also uses constant rotations in build-up, with players regularly switching positions, making supporting runs, and offering passing options. If we look at the statistics, Argentina recovers relatively few balls in the opponent's half. Because of that, I don't think they should press high. Instead of going man-to-man, Enzo Fernandez and Rodrigo de Paul will likely occupy hybrid positions, trying to block passes out wide while also being ready to shift inside if Spain builds through the center. Even so, Spain should still have a numerical advantage in midfield. If Argentina decides to press high, one of their center backs will probably have to step forward aggressively, but with an experienced and relatively aging Argentina squad, maintaining an intense high press would require a huge amount of running. I still believe Spain would find ways to play through the pressure and create opportunities to progress from the back. Another key factor is Spain's striker, Oyarzabal, who is always an important outlet against the press. In my opinion, Romero should mark Oyarzabal tightly whenever Spain looks to play long during the build-up phase, especially when aerial duels are involved. Romero has the physicality to compete with him. I expect Oyarzabal to drift into Lisandro Martinez's zone quite often. Martinez isn't as tall or physically dominant, so Oyarzabal could have a clear advantage in the air. That's why Romero should follow him and defend him man-to-man whenever possible to minimize that physical mismatch. Another dangerous aspect of Oyarzabal's game is his ability to receive long balls and flick them into space for the two wingers, who immediately attack the depth. Alternatively, he can lay the ball off to Dani Olmo, who is always ready to attack second balls after Oyarzabal's knockdowns. In these situations, all three Spanish attackers are instantly prepared to run in behind. That's another reason why I believe Argentina should avoid pressing high. A compact mid-block or low block would probably suit them much better in this match. If we switch to Spain's pressing, they are very aggressive without the ball. Their wingers consistently block central passing lanes, forcing opponents toward the touchline, where Spain can trap them. One winger usually leads the press, while the opposite winger often tucks inside to maintain balance and numerical superiority in midfield.
Yeah, the overview there. Let me say this before we go to the gentleman, that the Argentine president highly suspicious Javier Milei. He'll be watching the game from the presidential palace. Spain's king is in New Jersey for this game. So too is the president, the prime minister rather. Not since 1990 has an Argentine president gone to a World Cup game, and that's what caused this superstition, because in 1990, Carlos Menem, the then president, went to the Argentina versus Cameroon game to open the 1990 World Cup, where Maradona was kicked from pillar to post and Cameroon won 1-0, and the nation saw that as a curse, and since then no Argentine president has gone to any World Cup match. And so Milei says, well, I'm not going to be the one to break that trend, and the wars go happen, and then they'll say I did it and I salt up the team, as we say here in Jamaica. So he's staying at home. Calvert Fitzgerald and Owen Hill are with me, and they are smiling. You believe in superstition, Calvert?
No.
As a St. Thomas man.
No, not as
but you would agree with the president of Argentina to stay home?
Yes. I think he would serve the team much better cheering from afar.
Yeah. Owen, it is. You know, footballers are put on the left foot of socks before the right foot, and if you get distracted, you realize you put on the other way around, you take them off and do it all over again because of the superstitions. But the Argentina team have done so well, and it must be tempting to come and support, but you'd agree with him staying home, wouldn't you?
Personally, I wouldn't. I mean, again, a moment like this is too significant, but again, I understand the superstition. Truth be told, I think, you know, as a president, you should be there whether it be win or lose, because it sends the message that you're in support of the nation rather than just a superstition. So, I mean, he's a brave man to stay away. If it were me, then I'd be there with my entire family.
Yeah, but your advisors will tell you not to go. Kevin Herlock is online. Kevin, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, let me get your overview on this game. I'm going to ask the gentleman in studio for their perspective in short order. But I see where your allegiance lies, man. How do you see the game unfolding when the opening whistle blows?
Spain. We know Spain is going to have a lot of possession, keep the ball well. You know, that's like what they've been doing throughout the tournament, starving teams. I see Argentina, if they can get physical and make this game chaotic, because I don't think the Spanish players have come up against a team that knows how to play down and dirty in the mud.
Yeah. And on the other side, how do you see Argentina, the keys to victory for them from where you sit?
To unlock Spain, you have to disrupt that midfield. So either Rodrigo de Paul and Enzo have to do that dirty work and try to keep close to Rodri, keep him off he has to be off the game today. That's the first domino effect. That's the first domino they need to knock down to disrupt Spain's momentum.
And how do you approach keeping Lamine Yamal quiet, keeping him on the fringe of the game?
That City has been quiet this whole World Cup. He has moments. So as I said, he's not getting the ball. He's not going to be the type of, he won't drop deep, receive the ball, and then attack. He hasn't been having that standout World Cup performance game after game. So just keep him off the ball.
Calvert,
not let him having that supply.
Yes, indeed. Calvert, you know the teams and you know the lineup, at least what they'll start in. And you look at these two squads, strength right throughout. Let's start with Spain, Calvert Fitzgerald. We know their strengths. We know how they've played each game so far. What different approach, if any, do you think the coach would have instructed given the quality of the Argentine team across the white line from them?
Well, I think this is a balanced matchup in terms of Spain will play the way Spain play. They're
no
a
change.
Possession-based team, no change, because the Argentine will have to adapt to Spain playing, because Argentina is an adaptable team, but Spain just plays one way. Possession, move the ball around slowly, a lot of 5-yard passes, a lot of 10-yard passes, suck in your opponent, and then just spring the ball to the flank. You have players coming through the middle, you either square or you pass in front of the 18-yard box, you know, and that has been Spain. But I'm expecting Yamal to play a big role this time. You know, he seems to have the mentality, and it's a World Cup, and I think he's the heir apparent. So I think he's going to play a very big game today. But I'm not expecting Spain to play any different than the way Spain played.
Owen, any tweak to the tactical approach by either team you expect today, given the quality of the opposition?
Well, yeah, I saw it. I mean, even just in the lineup, when you look at Argentina, they've decided to start Gonzalez. No Paredes, and that's important because normally Paredes is the trusted deep line central midfield player for them. But clearly they've gone for width, and they tried to ensure that there is enough dynamism down that left hand side. It's important because of who is on the right side for Spain. That's so you want to keep him at bay. You want to have him and Almo doing a lot of defensive work. So I think strategically, you've seen Scaloni do a little, interplay of players right there. McAllister starting, I think he's going to be key because he now supports in that false nine role, as you mentioned, and Messi, whenever he's on the pitch, he's no longer a forward or a striker. He's just a player that overloads the teams. So that's normally when you have the ball, you can overload. He be required to do a lot of defensive work now. Right. I think that may very well throw off the tactics of the team because when Spain has the ball, which they do, you'll be balled off the park. You ultimately need to be focused on trying to defend without the ball and then springing counter-attacks. Argentina is probably the only team that can do that. They've shown with their pace and precision that when they launch attack, they're very vertical and they ensure that, they have players arriving in the box. So I think it's going to be a nice little tactical game at the start. Whoever dominates possession, as mentioned, Rodri is going to be important. If you allow Rodri the ball while playing, you're going to be in problems because he's supported by those triangular passes and then he dominates possession, he dictates the tempo. If Argentina has the ball, it's going to be more direct. So I suspect the defenders now, Kubarsi and Laporte, they're going to have a warm time if you have players running behind. I mean, we know Rodrigo De Paul is not going to be the one doing that, but you might see Enzo bursting out of midfield playing that box-to-box role.
Calvert, the Rodri problem. He's made more passes than any player in this tournament. He's made more long passes than any player in this tournament. And there's a word that people would have become more familiar since the start of the tournament, a metronome. It is a device that determines the pace or rate at which something operates. He's that metronome. If the team plays slow, he determines that we're going to play slow. If they play fast, he says we turn it up. How do you, as a coach, direct your midfielders to nullify that Rodri threat if you're the Argentina coach?
Well, you'd have to that's why I said earlier on that Spain will play the way Spain play, but Argentina will have to adapt, right? And the coach has already made a change already to his team to try to adapt to how the Spaniards will play. Well, probably in order to get Rodri off his rhythm, you might have to instruct your attacking midfielder to do a defensive work and keep the ball away from him as much as possible. Make it very difficult for him to perform is normally. But it is, when you're playing the CDM that's in front of the back line, you have a lot of space, so the ball is being passed back to you, so you're not going to be defended aggressively. Yes. But when the ball is passing forward now to the attacking midfielder, then you're going to mark tighter. So he's in a position to get a lot of passes to dictate.
Yes.
So you have to disrupt your system.
But hold on though, break it out a little bit more for him, because if you say that you're instructing your Argentine players, the ones closest to Rodri, to close him down to make it difficult for him. Rodri receives the ball off the center halves. Right. He's the first recipient when the ball is being advanced. So in that case, if the defenders pass to him, what do you instruct your furthest Argentine player to do? Does he go and try to disrupt the pass to him, or as soon as he gets it, he harries him? What's the instruction?
No. Well, you'd have to, when you're out of position, then you definitely need to have him tightly marked. Let them go through a different channel.
To prevent them passing to him.
Prevent them. If the ball is passed to him, he's being attended to. So he doesn't get the ball in the space that he can do what he does very well. Yes. That he can dictate the pace. He can, so you want to harass him. You want to make sure that he's not comfortable in.
Yes.
So that's the best way to try to nullify him.
Yeah. Kevin, with Spain expected to hog possession, Lionel Messi will have to do a lot of work off the ball. We all talk about his age 39, though he hasn't looked like a 39-year-old in this tournament so far. Does he have the appetite for that kind of donkey work, which has never been a part of his game?
I don't think Argentina instructed Messi to do any work. That's he's the free man. They play to put him so he can. He's like he's a battery. They want him to save up all that energy for the attacking phases of play. So there might be instances where they want him to get in the game, but that's going to be like really not so freaking because everybody else around him is doing all that running, all that hurrying the Spain into turning over possession and everything. So I don't think that is part of Messi's game in this Argentina team at any time.
And so, Owen, I put the same thing to you because can you afford to in the outfield, the 10 outfield players? Can you afford in a game as high stakes as this against an opponent as good as Spain to have one man be free and 9 men hurry for him?
Yeah, well, there's no choice in this case. You really don't have a choice. You have to play with him as a bystander on the defensive end. And maybe he's just that one player because let us not forget, Messi, his longest and most probably dominant spell is in Spain with the Spanish culture and philosophy.
And so he knows the system inside
and
out.
the style of play. So he may be that player that is harassing Rodri early, giving him, a little bit of challenge just to comfortably pass forward. But they definitely will have to play without him defensively. He's the engine in attack, and you need to spare those legs. He's also the brain of the team. He understands that clearly. So I think his football IQ is way above normal. So I suspect that's why you have Gonzalez now, because they're looking to overload that left-hand side. Give Messi some opportunity to roam and be free. Play the game mostly. It would be interesting to see, the heat map at the end of the first half to see where the football is being played. But I suspect it's going to be played down that right channel because on the left side of the park, which is the right side of, where Messi operates, it's probably easiest to get behind, but not the most strategic.
Yeah. Cucurella and Porro have been excellent Calvert for the Spanish team on either flank, defending and attacking. They've both been involved in goals. From a Scaloni perspective for Argentina, how do you blunt their edge this afternoon?
Well, I think that they are definitely the two best pair of wing-back of any team in the competition so far. And it's going to be difficult because they are boundless energy. They are up and down the field. So you have to try to keep them back by trying to utilize the spaces that they leave when they are attacking. But I don't think you can blunt them in any other way than try to keep them staying back. So you're going to pick those two wide areas because they're always coming up. So you try to utilize the space behind them. Now that will automatically force them to go back to try to defend. I think that's the only way you can keep them from rampant to just running down the flank and getting in those squares.
We talk a lot about Lamine Yamal, Owen. We talk a lot about Rodri. And of course, we talk about Oyarzabal and the two fullbacks for Spain. Dani Olmo in that number 10 role. A very intelligent footballer that I don't think people rate him as highly as he ought to be.
Yeah, definitely. I think he is probably, the Iniesta of this Spanish team. He's the quiet architect behind, the goals because, again, they're playing overloads. So, he's a player that can receive the ball. Also, he picks the pass. He's their number 10 player. So, essentially, the creativity and the engine is twinned between these guys, and whenever there's a link up between himself and Yamal, there's always that interplay which gives Porro the opportunity to either overlap or underlap. So he generally brings 2 and 3 players with him. He slides into spaces, so it's going to be key when you have those banks of 4 for Argentina, how he gets the ball and if he starts high, how he keeps that press. But definitely a quiet architect that pretty much allows for this Spanish team to come together, and he's clearly chosen because of his effectiveness.
Kevin, the centre-half pairing of Martinez and Romero have gotten some criticism as the tournament has gone on, but here they are starting a World Cup final together. Both men love a tackle, both men very aggressive, perhaps in the case of Romero sometimes overly aggressive, but they've proven a tough nut to crack. Do you see Spain having the quality this afternoon to cause them problems at the heart of the Argentina defense?
Yes, because at times Argentina backline can be passed through. 1-2s can break them up. They have times when they're very solid, know how to break up play, they know when to get tactical fouls in, but yes, Spain definitely has the quality. They're more the centre back pairing looks better on the attacking side of it. Lissandro Martinez with those over the top balls into Messi or Alvarez, and then Romero's aerial threat in the opposition box.
The number 15 for Spain, Kevin, Alex Baena. I've liked him, how he's played so far. Doesn't have all the speed in the world, but tactically he's been outstanding. And I just think that he's gonna play a bigger role than people would expect him to. If you look at the names on paper in the Spanish team, what say you?
Yes, because he's keeping Nico Williams. He's fit. He's keeping Nico Williams out of the team at this moment, and that says a lot. Because from the Euros, it was Nico and Yamal who has been the outstanding stars, and for him the key. I know Nico came into the World Cup with injury problems, but I think he didn't. The coach is not use him in that much because Bayern have done an excellent job on the attacking end, creating chances, getting into the goal scoring opportunities, and keeping him out of the game. So he's going to be a big factor in this game.
Yeah, the teams are lining up and they're almost ready to go. So just in time, enough time for me to go around the room and get the predictions. So I'll start with you, Kevin. Call it for me.
2-1 Argentina.
Owen.
2-1 Spain. Messi.
Calvert.
3-2 Spain. But I'm expecting Messi to play wide like a winger today in order to keep back Cucurella because he's the one that is always bringing the attack. So if they leave the space behind there, I am just expecting Messi to just drop in that slot.
Hear you on that. Gentlemen, we have the predictions in. The teams are lining up in the tunnel. The present and Messi's not the past, Messi's still here, but Lamine Yamal and Messi across the divide are two ultra-talented teams playing for football's greatest prize, sports' greatest prize, and they are about to walk onto the field at the New York Stadium. They call it the MetLife Stadium under normal circumstances, but branding obligations mean that you can't call it that for this FIFA World Cup, but it is where it is, and yeah, all eyes on the 10 and the 19, Messi and Lamine Yamal, and the rest of the teams that will support their push to lift this trophy at the end of however long this final goes for. One quickly, does anybody expect it to go to extra time or penalties?
No, I'm not seeing that.
We're getting a winner in 90 minutes today.
Yeah.
Kevin, you say so too?
Depending, because Argentina loves. If Argentina has the game their way, there might be 50-50 chance it goes to extra time.
All right then. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We'll talk at halftime. Let's send it across to our commentator, Alric, because they're about to enter the fray, and we want every last minute of the build-up before the kickoff to the FIFA World Cup final for 2026. Argentina and Spain. One previous meeting, 1966, and the Spanish won that one 2-1. Since then, they've been kept apart. They meet today for all the marbles.
The
You're listening to Nationwide 90 FM's FIFA World Cup 2026 coverage. This broadcast is proudly brought to you by our FIFA World Cup sponsors, KFC, It's Finger Licking Good, Digicel, powered by you, connected by us, Urban Development Corporation, making development happen for you, Sagicor Group Jamaica, Wise Financial Thinking for Life, National Road Operating and Construction Company, developing tolled roads for national development, Barita, making money work for you, Anybet, your best bet, Hose Assembly and Supply Limited, equipping Jamaica for success, Burger King, have it your way, Multilink, fast, secure, everywhere.
People are turn up. Unity we say, nothing couldn't hurt us. This is our game. We love the World Cup.
Halftime in this FIFA World Cup final. It's just as many predicted. It would have been a slow burn. Both teams probing, especially the Spanish team. And the key numbers from the first half. Expected goals. Argentina. Expected goals from the first half play. 0. Spain, 0.23. Spain, 2 shots on target. Argentina, none. Spain, 1 shot off target. Argentina, none. So no shot on or off target for Argentina. Possession, the Spanish with 65%, Argentina 35%. The Spanish had 2 corner kicks, Argentina had none. The Spain team caught offside twice, Argentina once. 9 fouls committed by Argentina, 6 committed by Spain. Make that 7. So 9-7 Argentina leading the foul count from the first half. Both teams had 9 throw-ins each. 1 yellow card to Lisandro Martinez, who had to be substituted with what looks to be a right thigh injury. Spain had 1 cross, that cross from Pedro Porro, saves 2 by the Argentine goalkeeper Emi Martinez, and 3 goal kicks too for the Argentina team. So Argentina, and towards the end of the first half, gentlemen, the color commentator did say that Argentina disjointed, lacking fluency, not quite at the races where a coordinated, cohesive team is concerned, not being able to recycle the ball from the defensive third all the way up to the front. That has not happened yet, Owen Hill.
Yeah, it wouldn't be. And it's going to be difficult for the entire game. Why? Because Spain keeps the ball so much, it makes you chase. And as good as Argentina is, the defending world champions, they're going to have to chase. And remember, they're playing with 1 man less in terms of chasing, because Lionel is just not going to be doing all of that. So you find that just Spain's possession of the football will make it difficult. You heard the commentator mention the fact that it's disjointed. The reason for that is Spain makes it really difficult. They keep you in tight spaces. They actually, condense the field, ensuring that once you get the ball, you don't get in your rhythm. And we spoke about him at the start. Dani Olmo is that engine at the top that wins back the ball very early. Mm-hmm. It allows for Rodri and Porro and Cucurella, all of those players to actually get on the ball pretty early. And I think Fabian Ruiz is doing a fantastic job. He's actually the one that mops up most,
yes,
and gets Rodri out of any kind of ticklish situation that they may have. But Argentina is really not offering too much. When you look at Gonzalez, I suspect he was the one that started instead of Paredes to give them more width down that left-hand channel. That's probably been their most offensive opportunity to challenge
avenue
play.
For offense, yes.
There you go. But nothing really to write home about.
Calvert, you were saying to me off air that Spain will have to continue being patient. Why is that the observation you think that is reasonable at this time?
Yes, because if they lose them cool, if they start to rush the game, that will play into the hands of the Argentinian, because they like a hustle, they like a scuffle. And as I said before the game start, Messi would have to go wide in that area. He has gone wide in that area, but Cucurella still is marauding up the field, and Argentina is not getting enough of the ball to, when he marauds up the field, to slip the ball wide to Messi. So Messi, as I suspected, actually is occupying that space, but the ball is just not coming, because they just can't seem to put their foot on the ball. And whenever they're on the ball, they are being hurried, they are being rushed by the Spain team. So it's just Spain, pressing. But I think Argentina is still doing a good job defensively, because only 3 shots from the Spain team.
Yes.
And with some possession in the opponent defensive third, and you're only getting off 3 shots, that would mean that you are doing well defensively.
There are some young players in the Spanish team, Calvert, but there are also some very experienced campaigners, and you can have young players who are very experienced, like Pedri, who is still a pup by footballing terms, but has played so many games. I say experience because this is where, both of you know, this is where experience comes in, because you say Spain have to be patient. A younger player may be prone to want to try something drastic just to break the flow of the game because it's not happening. But the experienced player will know, keep doing, keep repeating, the chance will come. And that's why the Spanish experience is going to have to come to the fore, Calvert. Not to rush anything, not to take too much of a risk to create something. Continue what you're doing, because the likelihood is that an opportunity will present itself.
Yes, most definitely. Because what I think the Argentine team is trying to do, they are trying to get the Spanish team out of them rhythm. They're trying to be physical, they're trying to force the game and get the game chaotic, and that would suit them.
Yes.
So the patient, as I said, the experience, Kobasi in football age is not a youngster.
Yes.
You know, he has so many...
So much experience on his, so many games on his belt, yeah.
Right. You know, so what I'm seeing happening now, that there's, for the first maybe 20 minutes, I think the Argentinian will be trying to hurry and rush and push them back, and Spain trying to make that breakthrough. So if after 20 minutes then it's still at a stalemate, then I think some changing, and you might have to try some different things now in order to get the breakthrough.
So from what we saw in the first half, Owen, you imagine that Scaloni will not be happy. What would you say to the team if you were Scaloni based on their display in the first half?
Well, I think based on the game plan, going in at halftime 0-0 is actually a good decision, a good result so far. So continue doing what you're doing. Ensure that you keep Amal off the ball, because whenever he gets on the ball,
and they've done a pretty good job of that.
They've done a
He's
pretty
had some
good
moments,
job.
but for the main, yeah.
So Tagliafico is doing a pretty good job. I think what they need to do now is to get more on the ball, because they're not creating a lot of chances. They look disjointed, and obviously because that link-up play is not there. So maybe this gives him an opportunity to put Paredes in, because he now becomes that anchor midfielder for them, and link-up plays with Enzo Fernandez and McAllister. But continue to keep it like that, because as you mentioned, you know, the experience, this game we're going to have to play without the ball.
Yes.
Whenever we get moments, we have to penetrate. So balls over the top, as you can see, you know, they're susceptible to that. The quick passing game, they're also susceptible to that. So once you don't get caught in a condensed era, because Spain is just going to give you the rondos in and out every single day. And that now creates an overload with your defensive unit. So once you stretch the park, allow for football to play, keep your wide players wide, and ensure that you have players coming through the middle, and give Messi more of the, you know, the ball. He has to be coming back way too deep in order to link the play up, and that's going to be a problem.
Yeah. Kevin, your assessment of the first half from both teams?
Spain is doing what Spain does best: keep the ball, possession, football, creating little to no opportunities because of Argentina's solid defensive structure, because Argentina is sitting back. What most teams do, the common theme between Spain and most teams, Spain keeps possession, attack. You got to defend, trying to break on that counter, which Argentina try and route on football from Martinez over the top. When they get it, they want that pass, but they're not that fast counter. It's so... They're not making the decision wisely. I see they try sometimes to knock it 1-2 passes, but the 1-2 passes trying to catch a rhythm, but then they resort to just kicking it away, giving Spain back possession, playing it fast. But Spain squeezes you so much in that middle of the park. It's always a Spain player getting back on the ball, so they're playing right back into Spain's hand every time they're trying to do that. The way I so far in the match, Nico Gonzalez, with the threat looks from Argentina's left side, and that ball over the top. If they can get that perfectly with Simons off his line, that's a positive for Argentina in this game.
And on that point, Calvert, we've seen that ball over the top. Once it was a through pass played through to Messi. Pity wasn't 2, 3, even 4 years ago. He may have gotten there ahead of the goalkeeper. So that's one. And then the Emi Martinez with the kick from his own 18-yard box over the top. But if that is the approach that Argentina planned to take, which they executed both those times, they didn't get anything from it. But the fact of Simons being quick to snuff out that threat suggests that Spain also prepared for Argentina using that tactic. So we have to credit the goalkeeper for Spain for being on his job, being off his line and out the box to nullify the threat of that long ball from Argentina. So it's you employ that tactic as Argentina, Spain nullifying that threat. So it's cancelling out each other right there is the point I'm making.
Yeah, man, most definitely, because all the Spanish team play close together because they make short passes,
yes.
Right? So they would knock, get the team in a bunch and then knock the ball wide.
Mm-hmm.
So they are going to, what I put it now, they don't spread. They're more play compact.
Yeah.
Right. So there will be space behind when they're attacking because they play close together, so they come up as a unit. So that is the way. So the ball over the top, I think that is the way to break them down. But the keeper now, he actually plays like a sweeper. So probably if you can catch them coming forward, and if you get that precise pass like Messi can make, I think he can find a pass that can cut the keeper out and give his attacker a chance to get the ball.
Yeah. Football is about the relationships between players. Your left back and the winger, the midfielder and the centre half on his side of the field. I say that to say, Owen, Romero and Lisandro Martinez have been such a good partnership throughout this tournament for Argentina. Martinez is gone. I would argue that Martinez is for the time he was on the field, was the best passing central defender on the pitch. I don't think, not even that Spain centre has passed the ball as well as he does, and almost like a golfer, long game, short game, he does that very well. That's no longer available to Argentina. Do you see that harming them as they try to attack?
Yeah, it definitely will. And if you notice how Spain ended up, forcing them into corners, they want Romero to get the ball
because he doesn't pass
because he's just not a good passer of football.
Long or short.
There you go. So when you don't have a Martinez on the pitch, it now forces a different dynamic in terms of how you move through the lines. It obviously means that he's going to have to make a center midfield change, somebody who comes for the football more and allow for the play to go through the middle of the park rather than start at the back and move to the wing. And it's going to be difficult again because of just how Spain presses you. It creates that anomaly and it's overloading on one side and they're forcing them to the right side because, as you know, Argentina is trying to play down that left side. Overload left, go right. Mm-hmm. Hopefully Messi is going to be on that side, but makes it difficult. You mentioned the pairing. I think the midfield pairing of Fabian Ruiz and Rodri is the one that's causing the biggest challenge for Argentina because now you have two holders who can also go forward at any given time, creating that overloading attack, and it makes it difficult for your central defenders because, as you clearly saw in the first half, they were hurried. They were not given enough time to control and pick a pass. Even with Martinez on the park, he had to be booting it long in many instances. So we know that Otamendi is definitely not that type of centre back. Mm-hmm. So it requires now a midfielder taking up that responsibility. Hopefully, we've not seen too much of DePaul.
Yeah.
And again, Enzo is doing a little bit too much defensive work, so it reduces his ability to actually spring that attack.
And I was going to ask you about that, Kevin. Eminem in the midfield. Leave Rodrigo DePaul for the moment, but Martinez, Enzo Martinez and Alexis McAllister. I keep saying Martinez. Enzo Fernandez and McAllister. And I wanted to ask about McAllister especially. We saw in the opening 5 minutes he was relatively prominent to what he did for the rest of that first half. But the game seems to be passing both himself and Enzo Fernandez by in that midfield for Argentina.
Because in the previous games that they played, they have been so attacking minded, not sitting back after be so deep, linking from defense to attack. They're making rush passes. They want to play the ball so quickly. It's like they lost themselves. So it's this Spain constant pressure, and the Argentinian players, they're not used to being so much under pressure so much.
Porro, though, Calvert. Whereas Cucurella has grown in, well, he grew into the game as the half progressed. We saw him take a shot there that appeared dangerous for a moment. But Porro has not made as many advances on the right as he would have done in previous games, because as Owen pointed out, the Argentines are doing a lot of attacking down the left when they try. When they try. How do you get him into the game more if you're the Spanish, or do you keep the balance that you had over the first 45 minutes?
I would keep the balance because, as I can see, that left side, they are overloading.
The Argentines.
Right.
Argentines.
Right. In order to get Messi free
On the right,
Cucurella,
Yes.
Right. So if they are going to be overloaded and you come forward too much, then too much space will be left behind you. So I think you definitely keep it as it is because it's working. They are not really breaking through. They are posing most of their attack along the left side, but it's not really causing much problem in front of the Spanish goal. So you just keep it like that and just be very careful that diagonal ball behind Cucurella, well, Messi can take that space. Well, you have to be very mindful of that. But I wouldn't change anything over that side.
The stats suggest that the Spanish dominated the first half. That's not what we saw in terms of the run of play, Owen. But if either coach would be happier, it would be De La Fuente. I say that to ask about the fact that Argentine's defense, we have to give them credit, because I think there may have been only one moment in that entire first half where Yamal was one-on-one with Tagliafico, which is a credit to Argentina to restrict Yamal's impact to only one-on-one. Apart from that, there's a crowd confronting him when he attempts to head towards the Argentina box.
Yeah, that's as you say, credit to the Argentines, and it probably is causing them to shift their own game. But you mentioned it, the ISO. You know, every winger wants an ISO, a 1v1, and Yamal, you saw where he got by him a few times, but there was somebody to cover. And there was always, you know, that understanding to ensure that we don't create those ISO situations and allow for Spain to attack us through that. And that's exactly what Scaloni is saying. We need to give them the ball, allow them to get the ball. It clearly is the strategy. We are not chasing the football. We are staying in position. We are picking our moments, and we're going to be counter-pressing, ensuring that when we get those counter-press, that's essentially how we're going to, you know, get by the Spain team. Obviously, you mentioned because of the, you know, the fact that all the play is happening for the most part on that right channel, it makes it difficult for the switch of play, and that's not what we've seen. We've not seen that diagonal across the park, and that may very well be a strategic change, but so far I think Tagliafico has done really well, himself and Montiel, because for one side to be doing well, that means the other side must be doing well, because that's really how football works. So I think the two centre-backs, Martinez and Romero, they were doing good. They snuffed out anything that was in the middle, and then they forced them wide, and whatever was wide was really non-effective. So they had to, you know, end up going back home or keeping the ball in the middle of the park, which I think, you know, is a good strategy so far, because none of the goalkeepers really have been tested.
Mm-hmm. There you go. All right, we have to take a break here on Nationwide as we cover the FIFA World Cup final. 0-0 between Spain and Argentina. The US president is there, Donald Trump, sitting behind what is obviously protective glass, sitting in the company of the FIFA president, Gianni Infantino. Saw a moment there when he was approached by the Brazilian legend, Ronaldo, and I think Infantino was introducing him to tell him who it was. Trump would probably say, yeah, well, I know Ronaldo, Gianni. I know my football, but there you go. No, I know my soccer, and you know how I feel about it. Anyway, we take a break. When we come back, we continue the review of what happened in that first half and look to how can either coach turn the screw for the second half? What change can they make in terms of the personnel on the park, or how they deploy who is there, or if they introduce someone from off the bench to change the dynamic? De La Fuente and Scaloni, the two men with a lot on their minds as both teams prepare to re-enter the field to continue this battle for football's biggest prize, sports' biggest prize. Break time. Back with more after these.
Win with KFC, big league, join the league. Win a trip to Brazil, all you mean? Yeah. Big deal, meal deal, big match. Just buy KFC and win that. From now until July 20th, 2026, buy a big deal or meal deal for a chance to win a trip for two to Brazil. Courtesy of KFC. That's $500,000 cash from Best Dressed Chicken. 11 weekly winners score free KFC for a year. 65-inch TVs, smartphones, and more. Just WhatsApp your receipt to 876-784-7811 to enter and win big in the KFC Big League. Conditions apply. Authorized under Section 58 of the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries.
Growing up, Sunday dinner was always family dinner.
Families are built on memories and traditions. But with a Sagicor Bank intergenerational mortgage, you can create more. Partner with any family member to purchase a home. Mummy, son, sister, cousin. Get up to 45 years to repay, solar funding, and a $2 million line of credit. Sagicor Bank's intergenerational mortgage makes home ownership easier. Visit sagicor.com to apply today. Conditions apply.
Football season, energy up. Any bet, pick your play, pick your play. Big match vibes make us celebrate. Pick your play, pick your play. Every match is a chance to win. Pick your play. See the odds, I'm locking my pick. Think you know about football? Pick your predictions and put it to the test at anybet.com. Bet on match winners, goal scorers, live betting, and tournament champions. Online or in store, every match is a chance to win. Anybet, your best bet. Sign up today and pick your play at anybet.com. Must be 18 and over, bet responsibly.
Jacob, creators join Jacob, Jacob, creators join Jacob. If you write, compose or publish, guess what? Copyright every word, no lose up on cash. Money. Play by the rules, Jacob. I tell you that a simple 1 3 Jamaica. Guess what? Just do the right thing, do the right thing. What? Do the right thing, do the right thing. Yeah. Do the right thing, do the right thing. Music users try go get your license. Do it. Do the right thing, do the right thing. What? Do the right thing, do the right thing. Yeah. Do the right thing.
You're listening to Nationwide 90 FM's FIFA World Cup 2026 coverage. This broadcast is proudly brought to you by our FIFA World Cup sponsors, KFC, it's finger licking good, Digicel, powered by you, connected by us, Urban Development Corporation, making development happen for you, Sagicor Group Jamaica, Wise Financial Thinking for Life, National Road Operating and Construction Company, developing tolled roads for national development, Barita, making money work for you, Anybet, your best bet, Hose Assembly and Supply Limited, equipping Jamaica for success. Burger King, have it your way. Multilink, fast, secure, everywhere.
People that turn up, unity we say, nothing couldn't hurt us. This is our game, we love the World Cup.
Welcome back to Nationwide's coverage of the FIFA World Cup final. I'm here with Owen, Calvert, and Kevin looking back at the first half. And Rodri was everywhere that first half for Spain. And apart from being an outstanding footballer, he is a man of deep intellect. He holds a bachelor's degree in business administration and management from a university in Castellón in Spain, which he got in 2021. And everything he does, he looks like a man who thinks deeply about what he's doing and is able to do what the feet are able to do what the brain communicates has to be done. Kevin, I turn to you first. If you are either coach in this halftime period, this extended halftime period, do you tweak anything? Do you change any personnel, notwithstanding the fact that Argentina was forced into an injury-enforced change in that first half?
Only person I would change is probably Nico for Thiago Almada. I think Thiago Almada gives a little bit more. If the left side is where we're getting most of the positives from, I think Almada would add is a better option on that left side than Gonzalez.
All right. Owen, in terms of personnel there for either team, do you change anything or do you give different instructions, fresh approach, what?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're Spain, you have to move the ball a little bit quicker. Right now, they're moving it, but they're moving it in front the defense. So you pretty much get a chance to set and, to tackle. Now you have to go behind. So you have to make those late runs behind the defenders to, throw them off balance. You obviously need to test Martinez a little bit more because those shots that they're trying to walk into the goal, you're going to have to kick from, distance, and then you have to ensure that you stay alert because the transition game is what Argentina is looking to suck you into. Mm-hmm. Once they are able to do that, then they can spring a surprise. I'm looking for Lautaro Martinez to come in. He looks to offer a more direct threat. probably slot Messi deeper in that number 10 role and create more of a space for him to get on the ball, because right now they're closing him before he gets on the ball. So if you're Scaloni, I would think, get Martinez on the park. Paredes, I think he also needs to be there to create that link between central defense and attack, because having not that type of midfielder to receive the ball, it's going to be difficult. And then to ensure that there's enough of a gameplay between, the fullbacks of Spain, then you need to create a greater link. So those vertical passes, we need to see more of those. So you overload one side, obviously, and then get it on the vertical. And then Lamal needs to get more into the game if Spain is going to create something.
So the personnel changes, do you make them at the half or do you wait for the hour to come?
I would say, give it a little bit more. If I'm Scaloni, I'd make it now. I'd definitely make it now.
Calvert, are you making changes if you're either coach going into the second half?
No, I wouldn't make any changes. But what I would do, I would tactical approach. I would kind of ask myself, because it's difficult.
Stick up in Calvert, because I have to give Owen his due. He scored for Paredes, Leandro Paredes, number 5, who's just taking instructions from Walter Samuel. Argentina will make that change at halftime. So 1 for you, Owen. Go ahead, Calvert.
Yes, because it's hard to play behind the Argentinian team because they are playing so deep. So, it's very difficult to get behind a team that is playing so deep. Any ball over the top is the goalkeeper ball. So, I would ask the Spain team to play 10 to 15 yards lower.
Yeah.
And, make some lateral passes.
Yeah.
And try to pull them out in order for us to get behind them.
We're ready for the second half. Let's go. Let's go across to East Rutherford in New Jersey.
Jersey, indeed, United States of America.
Well. I'm going to say former because we're not quite sure what the state of that relationship, but the former son-in-law of Pep Guardiola, Ferran Torres, coming up with the magic moment for Spain to win this final 1-0. And before I get the views of my analysts, Valen Legister and Andrew Price, the numbers from this World Cup final after extra time. Spain 1-0, the most crucial statistic of all. They had 12 shots on target, 5 shots off target, 3 shots that were blocked. Argentina, 0 shots on target, 1 shot off target, 1 blocked shot, and I don't think there's need for any other number beyond those. Possession, if you want it, 65% to Spain, 35% to Argentina. They forced 4 corners in the game, but their second corner did not come until minute 115. They were very, very poor on the offensive end, and you can dress it up any way you like it. They really were awful on the offensive end. They didn't turn up as an offensive force today. Lionel Messi was there in spirit, Julian Alvarez even worse, and Argentina did not do anything to trouble this Spanish defense. And in the end, gentlemen, we would be something other than well-thinking human beings if we said that the result was not right, Andrew Price.
Most definitely. Spain made hard work of it, though. I thought they should have won the game more comfortably. They had a lot of opportunities that went a begging, and all Argentina wanted to do was sit back and wait for an opportunity in transition.
And when you say Spain should have won it more comfortably, or won it comfortably, you're talking in the 90 or in the extra time?
In the entire game.
Yeah.
They got a lot of opportunities, to get 20 shots before 90 minutes and not score, and for Argentina not to take a shot for the entire 90 minutes, showed the dominance that they had. They had a lot of possession, and then into extra time, to compound things, they were playing against 10 men, and they were not using the extra man that they had, and they made hard work of it. Luckily, they were able to come up with a goal in second half of extra time, and they were duly crowned champions.
Valen.
With all the stats you mentioned, and all the possession and everything that Spain had, Argentina was in the game until the end. Because, as you rightly said it, Andrew, Spain made it difficult for themselves. Congratulations to Spain. Well deserved, I think. And we were saying around the back that football was saved. Because can you imagine, with all these stats, 20 shots for Spain and Argentina, none. If Argentina was able to take this to penalty and win, it would not be good for football. So, deservedly, Spain are champions.
If you compare Saturday to today, Andrew, the classic case of feast and famine. Yesterday we had a feast. We dined so much, and then they were still giving us more food, more drink, 10 goals, and today a real old arm wrestle in the sun in East Rutherford, New Jersey. The keys to the game, Andrew, from where you sat. Talk about the Spanish patience, the Spanish commitment to their process, notwithstanding the fact that you said they created chances, didn't take them. But was it impressive from where you sat to see the Spanish keep trying to play the way they know how best to play, not trying to do anything different or drastic to force the outcome?
Their philosophy is very simple, and they stick to it. Keep the ball as long as possible, and when you lose it, get it back as quick as possible. And throughout the entire game, you saw the Spanish team concentrate on their philosophy. They didn't try to change the way they play. They continued making passes, continued keeping possession. Whenever they lost the ball, 3 or 2 players would double team and triple team players to get that ball back, so they had possession. And their key to success is that the less your opponent has the ball, is the more I am in control of the tempo of the game. I was a bit worried when Rodri was substituted in the second half, because I believe that he is the man who controls the tempo of the game.
But I think his legs had gone by the time he was taken off.
Of course, and that's why I was a little bit worried. And I saw the inexperience of the youthful players in extra time, even after getting the lead, not able to control the tempo of the game, where they could pass the ball around, using that extra man to their advantage. But all in all, Spain stuck to their philosophy that they have used throughout the entire tournament. Remember, this is a team who drew 0-0 with Cape Verde in their first game. And they have continued to build, sticking with their philosophy, and now they're world champions again.
And Valdin, I have to ask you, of course, about the performance of the referee over the course of the contest. If you were his assessor, what would you be telling? What would you have written down on your clipboard over the course of the game?
Generally, the referee did well. I would want to give him an 8 out of 10. There was one, what I would consider to be a little bit controversial, but there was contact. Spain scored and it was called back. But in a situation like this, I think VAR did not intervene because there was contact, so it wasn't considered to be a clear and obvious mistake. But overall, he did well. It can't be said that the referee had anything to do with the end result.
Yeah, and the aggression by the Argentine players, which we know is a part of the Argentine game. Argentine teams all over the course of history have that streak to them, and Paredes especially antagonistic in the Argentine midfield when he came on, and then there was a bit of diving. Do you think in terms of the man-to-man relations, referee to the players, that he managed that well?
I think he did well where that was concerned. There were first few situations where he could have used the card, but he decided to use man management. And in a final like this, we want referees to operate in this capacity instead of using the cards to manage the game. And he used his personality, and it worked out well for him.
Yeah, Andrew, we can't escape it. We have to talk about the Messi factor, because these World Cup finals have been billed as the great man's canvas. He could paint whatever picture he wanted. He could use a pen. He could go as fancy as calligraphy with his wonderful, wonderful left foot. Today, he was rendered irrelevant. He was neutralized. He was not at the races today. There was somebody walking around in a 10. It wasn't the Lionel Messi that we know. How did Spain manage that?
They isolated him, and basically when they denied him the opportunity to get the ball, they basically factored him out of the game. It wasn't until very late when Spain took the lead that you saw him start to get in the game. But Messi basically walked for the entire game. You know, he was shut down. He wasn't given the opportunities. His teammates were unable to get the ball to find him, which is the most important thing. Messi normally gets the ball from his teammates, but because of that suffocating defense that the Spanish team has, he was unable to get the ball and unable to get going. And we really didn't see him until things got very desperate in the second half of extra time that he really came to the fore. But I mean, a player of that nature, we expected that. Unless he's given the room and type of area to dictate the pace, he's not going to dictate it because he doesn't have the legs anymore. Yeah. And this is the same Messi that has played almost the entire World Cup. I don't think he was substituted once.
He did come on in one game.
He did come out in one game, yes. But otherwise he has played the entire amount for the Argentine team. And I believe he just didn't have the legs to go further and take the game on the scruff of the neck and do it for them today.
Yeah, and Valdin, if you are a member of that Argentine engine room, the starters in the midfield and those who came on, will you be looking back at this game in the immediate aftermath and thinking, did we as a unit and did I as an individual do enough to help my team today? Was it that the Spanish stopped me from playing, or I just didn't do what I am capable of? How do you think they'll be reflecting on this in the immediate aftermath?
I think credit must be given to Argentina. They had a game plan, they stuck to the game plan, and it almost worked. But again, credit must be given to the Spain team. They outplayed Argentina. They didn't give them a chance. So if I were the Argentine players, I wouldn't be beating myself too much. They did their very best, but Spain was just too good for them.
When Pep Guardiola came to Barcelona, Andrew, and he, well, of course, you know, the possession football is a Johan Cruyff thing, and Cruyff learned it from Rinus Michels, the great Dutch coach. So it's a throughput from Michels through to Cruyff, through to Guardiola, the disciple. People were saying that at its worst, the possession-based game was just possession for possession's sake. But what Spain has showed us in this tournament If you can keep the ball for the majority of the time, you take the ball away from your opponents, their best player, no matter how good that player is unlikely to hurt you if they don't have the football. Lionel Messi did not have the football today. The men around him did not have the ball in the midfield. Hence, they were rendered irrelevant. It shows today, as I watched it, and I wanted to know if you agree, the possession-based game showed its most beautiful quality today.
Most definitely. And, this is where football is going. A lot of people want to play low blocks and transitional football, but you are better equipped to win games if you have possession of the football. Keep the ball moving, keep circulating it, keep recycling it, and that's what Spain did today. They were just not clinical, I believe, in the penalty box today because they got a lot of opportunities. Marino got a gilt-edged header, which I think under normal circumstances he would have put it away. Nico Williams also got a header he should have put away. And like I said to Valdin, if they were more clinical, this could have been an ugly result for the Argentine team.
Yeah, Valdin, the pharmaceutical industry is a massive industry worldwide. People selling all kind of medication for nerves and everything, which means it's the human condition to be nervous. It's the human condition to lose your composure. I say that to say, after Spain scored, as Andrew pointed out, they did what England did against Argentina. They retreated for no reason. They have a man extra and they retreat. And it's just the human condition to retreat. And that's when Argentina looked as if they could have done something.
And I want to look at it both ways because Spain retreated and Argentina went on the front foot. Mm-hmm. So it's a mindset. I don't know what it is.
It's a human condition, man.
It's a human condition.
I call it a psychological effect where you have the lead and you believe because you have the lead, you have this comfort zone, so I have to retreat and protect instead of going forward and trying to get an insurance goal.
I don't know how we'll manage things like that, but it always seems to happen. If a team goes down and they need a goal, they attack. Yeah. Why didn't they attack before they went down the goal? Yeah. But
I want to hear you on the two Enzo Fernandez bookings because from where I sat, and of course mine is not the educated eye, yours is, you're the expert. I thought the first one was for dissent, that's one. And then the second one, I thought in the run-up play that it was something bad, but the replay showed that it wasn't as bad as it looked. Would you have given those 2 yellow cards?
All right, so the first one was for dissent. It was clear, open dissent. The entire world could have seen that he dissented, and referees are advised not to accept anything like that. So that was reward.
The right decision.
The right decision. For the second one, he came in recklessly. He did not. So when you look at it, you have excessive force, medium speed, medium intensity, and you have reckless. He came in reckless, made contact. He was late, not playing for the ball. Excellent yellow card.
Your perspective, Andrew. Wait, before you answer, remember, I've seen you more times than many people in our audience and seen you at close quarters, and I had to comment on your behavior and your conduct, so you can't fool me. If you were on the sidelines and you were Enzo Fernandez's coach and Valdin Legister gave him a second booking for the challenge on Kubarsi, would you have accepted it?
Yes, I would have had situations like those when you were at Boys Town and I was referring Boys Town.
You'd have accepted that, Andrew?
Yes, I would have. And you know why I would have accepted it too? Even in a worst case scenario, Enzo, as the professional and one of the leaders of the team, in 90 plus minutes, did not need to make that reckless tackle. Make the tackle where you can win the ball. He was always going to be second best in that tackle, and he came in late. And the referee rightfully gave him a yellow card. Of course, if I was a coach of Argentina, I'd be upset about the call. But when you look back on the play, he was definitely late, and it was a cardable offense. 2 yellow cards, sent off.
By itself, Valdin, that second challenge, would that have been is that a straight red under any circumstance?
No, it's reckless. There was no studs, there was no straight leg, there was no sliding challenge, so normal reckless challenge, yellow card.
Very well. Andrew, I want to ask you about Julian Alvarez, because I thought that he should have been hooked at halftime, but he was kept out there by Scaloni and only withdrawn very late. But if we say Messi was invisible, and perhaps because he's Messi and the camera cuts to him often, Julian Alvarez was not on the pitch for Argentina, and Scaloni may, in review, think I kept him on too long. He did nothing for me in this game.
Definitely, and it came back to the whole suffocation that I continue to talk about, that Spain makes teams endure. Now, if you're not getting the ball, what you need to do is find ways where you can come deep and try and see if you can make some interplays with your midfield where you can reconnect and go forward. Now, he had a failure of doing this. He was chasing for the entire game. I would have hooked him, if not at halftime, about 10 minutes into the second half, and probably brought on Lautaro Martinez, who we know is somebody willing to run and somebody willing to hold up the ball. So I think he missed the call there, and what he did, he brought in people like Paredes and those individuals to try and batten down. So it was as if he was saying, look, we're going to play deep in a low block and let us see if we can catch them on the counter and see if we can get a goal. And those were the decisions for his changes, where he really needed some impetus up front to try and get that go-ahead goal.
And we said at the start, gentlemen, that it would come down to coaching and decision-making, Valdin. So, in totality, given the resources at Scaloni's disposal, those he started and those he had in reserve, from your vantage, did he make the best use of those resources from the perspective of when he made changes and which changes he made?
I would want to say yes. For me, the substitutions weren't bad substitutions. It's just that Spain was just too good. Spain had the better strategy. Spain maintained possession. They were disciplined. So Argentina got frustrated. So just a good game by Spain for me.
The goal, Andrew, the decisive goal. I want to give credit to Nico Williams for cushioning that header under pressure, running off the field of play, running almost at the dead yard line, we can call it as well, but turning, not really in control of his body, but managing to cushion that header into the path of a teammate. I'm sure he saw. It wasn't he wasn't buck up. He didn't just head it anywhere. He headed it into the path.
A deliberate pass.
And that was beautiful, I would think.
It was beautiful. And when you take into consideration, about 5 minutes earlier, he got a header where he didn't get full connection, where he should have put that past Martinez. Now, to make the effort for that ball where it was going out of play, to head it back to a teammate, and for that to be the goal of the match to win the World Cup, it was a significant assist of the entire World Cup.
And the quality of the strike.
And I want to add that if you should watch the play closely, there was also a push by the Argentinian player, which made it even more difficult of a header.
Yes.
And he did it perfectly.
The technique now, Andrew, from Ferran Torres, because they showed several angles. At no time did he try to strike it too hard. You know, sometimes players are tempted to go for power there because there are men on the line. The goalkeeper is there, so you want to blast it through the inside of the foot. From a coaching perspective, it was clean.
Normally, when you get volleys of that nature, the first instinct is to use your instep.
Yes.
Because you want to get all the power to force the ball over the line. Fernan Torres in this occasion now was more controlled, more mature, where he just wanted to get the ball over the line. And he used the inside of his foot for the volley, which is a more difficult volley than an instep volley, to guide the ball into the net. And it was struck just hard enough where it avoided the defender and the goalkeeper, and it turned out to be the winning goal for Spain.
Valdin, justifiably, you are praising Spain for their quality on the ball and their manipulation of the ball in throughout the course of the game. But you have to confront the issue. We all knew that they are the manipulators in chief of the football. You will not beat them for possession. Argentina knew this before the game. So are you saying and accepting that the way Argentina approached the game was the best game plan under the circumstances to overcome the Spanish team?
For me, I would want to think yes. They had that low block. They stood behind the ball. So their plan was to catch Spain on the counter. But obviously it didn't work because they did not have much possession of the ball. I don't know if a team, if in the World Cup, would have overcome Spain the way they are playing now. I can't think of a team.
that Cabo Verde first game, Andrew, which we all watched in frustration as they couldn't score. Vozinho was a wall, and the defense for Cabo Verde were excellent. And don't forget, we must not forget, Cabo Verde is the only team not beaten by Spain, and you can walk tall. The world champions didn't beat you, and then Argentina had to dig deep to beat the said Cabo Verde, so their stocks are rising and they've gone home a long time. I say this to you, looking back at how the Spanish team has acquitted itself over the course of the tournament. You've seen them from game one. What have you seen them do better game after game?
Well, definitely game after game, I would have think that they control the tempo of the game better. In the first game against Cabo Verde, I believe what happened to them is that first game jitters, coming out of a camp, a pre-camp, into the World Cup, a lot of loading took place. They weren't at their best, didn't play well. Cape Verde team that came effervescent with a lot of energy, a lot of gusto, playing in their first World Cup game. You know, they caught them off guard, but they built slowly. And this team is built for doing what they did today, to win the World Cup. And they got better with each game. Their passing game improved as the tournament progressed. Rodri started to impose his impact on the game, and all things came through him. He was a shield in front of the defense. He was the first person to pass the ball wide to the flank players. He was the man who controlled the game. And as the tournament wore on, you saw his impact on the game. And if you ask me for an MVP for this World Cup, I would give it to Rodri.
Valdin?
Most definitely it would be Rodri. He basically controlled how his team play. He maintained the calmness. He determined the tempo. Yeah, man of the tournament.
And that's extraordinary because, you know, things are always better in afterglow. Yeah, when you're looking at it weeks, months, years later. Don't forget, apart from neutralizing Argentina today, making them look distinctly second best, as if, what are you doing here in this final? You're no match for us. The Spanish team did the same thing to France, and France have more weapons than anybody else. They have more killers than any other team, men who can win a game for you in a moment. There were no moments for the French because Spain held the ball so well. Today again, they held the ball so well, and as Andrew has been pointing with both men, it was only in the second half of extra time that they retreated and Argentina looked as if they might nick the equalizer. And as we see Gianni Infantino and Donald Trump walk onto the field in East Rutherford, New Jersey to make the trophy presentation, I asked both of these gentlemen for their team of the tournament. I asked my producer to have you scribble that down. Andrew, you look as if you're ready to go.
I'm ready to go.
Take me from goalkeeper forward. Valdin, you have your list?
No, I don't have.
You have your list yet?
No.
All right. Take the time while Andrew goes. Take me from goalkeeper forward now, Andrew. Your team of the tournament.
My team of the tournament. My goalkeeper is Simone.
Yes.
I believe he has kept well the entire tournament. Whenever he has called upon, he has been there to deliver. He has also played that sweeper keeper role where he comes out of his box very early to break up tackles and start play. My right back for the tournament would be Hakimi.
The Moroccan.
From Morocco. My two central defenders.
So stick up, hold on, Andrew. Your right back is Hakimi rather than Pedro Porro?
Yes.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
My left center back would be Saliba from France.
Before that back injury, he was imperious.
Yes, definitely. Laporte would partner him in the central defense from Spain. And Cucurella would be my left back, who I think he was possibly the best left back in the entire World
Easily.
Cup. My central midfielder would be Rodri. I would have in front of him Bellingham from England.
Oh, yes.
And Olise from France. And my wingers would be Yamal from Spain and Mbappe from France.
Yes.
And of course, I can't leave out the great one,
of course,
Lionel Messi.
Yes.
That's my team of the World Cup.
I would change goalkeeper.
So go ahead now.
From the Cape Verde.
Vozinho.
Yes.
Well, I mean, come now, Andrew. Vozinho, you want to change because believe me, Vozinho was unreal.
But I'm going to stick with the winners.
Very well. Apart from the goalkeeper, you have any issue with that 11?
I would want to agree with this. Is a very good, very, very, very strong team. So apart from the goalkeeper, I'm good with this.
Bellingham and Olise in the midfield. That would be awesome. And Rodri to control and police behind them, and then you say your centre halves are Laporte and Saliba,
yes.
and Kukurea and Hakimi and Simon in goal and Lionel Messi up top.
That's right.
And Mbappe and Lamine Yamal. Yes. That's a team. That's a team. That's a team that the rest of the Spanish team would beat just the same because they control the ball. There's only one ball. All right. As we look now, referees, the refereeing crew getting their medals. The referee and the officials, let's put it that way, the officials getting their medals, and the Spanish players forming the traditional alleyway for the officials and the losing team to come forward and get their medals, and then they'll be doing the business. There was a nice shot earlier of the 2010 generation of Spanish world champions. The captain was there, Carlos Puyol, Iniesta, Xavi. I saw David Villa, I saw Sergio Ramos, I saw Iker Casillas. Well, Iker Casillas was the captain. What am I saying? Yes, he was the captain in that squad. So about 7 or 8 of them were there in the box, willing on the 2026 vintage to get the job done, and they've done so. Gentlemen, for what Spanish football has given to the world over time, it's almost, well, not quite surreal, but it is noteworthy that Spain are only winning the World Cup for the second time.
If you look at history over the years, from the Stefano all the way back to this current crop of Spanish players, a lot of the teams have come to the World Cup and flattered to the sea.
Yep.
And if we're going to be brutally honest, and that's why it is so significant for this team to do what they did today, to actually come to the World Cup and deliver. They came in as one of the favourites. If you looked at the FIFA rankings, the top 4 teams in the FIFA rankings were the top 4 teams that were in the semi-finals. So they actually played true to form. So it's not a surprise that Spain won the World Cup today.
Pau Cubarsí winning the Young Player Award. He just took that honour, and the young
19-year-old Barcelona man.
Oh yes. Here comes Unai Simon. He's the Golden Glove winner, obvious, because he conceded only once. Can you imagine? You play 8 games at a FIFA World Cup finals, the elite level of international football.
And only 1 goal.
You're only beaten
that
once.
Is magnificent.
Remarkable. And he's congratulated by the party, and he gets the Golden Glove, which Emi Martinez collected in 2022 and engaged in a rather X-rated act, and he was sanctioned. Emi Martinez did say that if he won the Golden Glove this time and won the World Cup this time, he'd retire from football. So, Emi, we'll be seeing you for a while yet. You won't be retiring after the disappointment of today. I wanted to ask you, Valdin, as Andrew spoke about history and the top teams coming forward. Don't forget, not so long ago, a footballer suffering an ACL injury is the end of his career. Rodri has come from an ACL injury and appears to have come back better, Valdin.
Different players, they react to injury differently. Rodri is one of those who are fortunate to have recovered properly. But you see, when you're in a system like what Rodri is in, they spend a lot of money on rehabilitation. And I think they did an excellent job on his back and would have basically help to win Spain a World Cup title.
Excellent. He's collecting what appears to be the MVP trophy.
Yes, the player of the tournament.
Player of the tournament. Rodri, the Spaniard. And as I said, this man is not only an outstanding footballer, he is a scholar, has university degrees, business and management, and he is the Golden Ball, wins the Golden Ball for the MVP of the FIFA World Cup. And he salutes the tens of thousands of Spanish fans who are at this stadium in East Rutherford, New Jersey. All right, so the formalities are almost done. The Argentina players are gathering, and they're going to go through the Spanish Guard of Honor, we can call it properly, and then they'll be... So the 3 top individuals from the tournament are the Golden Glove winner is Spanish, Unai Simon. The young player of the tournament is Pau Cubarsí, and the MVP is Rodri. And apart from Kylian Mbappe, who's the leading goal scorer all time in FIFA World Cup history, who won the Golden Boot here, Spain have swept all of the other individual awards, and they will take the most prestigious honor of all time. Messi, a contented look on his face, Andrew, as he walks through this Guard of Honor to collect his runners-up medal. the great man has produced magic throughout this tournament, not just sprinkled it, he has splashed it lavishly over the tournament. He's not just decorated games, he's dominated games and dominated the conversation, dominated the narrative. He has largely been responsible, Andrew, for what has been, in my lifetime, the best FIFA World Cup finals.
Yes, definitely. When you look at Lionel Messi at age 38.
39.
39,
yeah.
sorry. To be playing at the level that he's playing at, it's unbelievable. And George, I wouldn't be surprised if Messi comes back for another World Cup. I wouldn't be surprised. He is that good. Every time he gets the ball, magic happens. It's just unfortunate because of the suffocating Spanish team today. He was unable to produce the goods. But he has been phenomenal the entire World Cup. And I'm sure he wanted this to be his swan song. So I just believe in the back of my head that he probably has another one left in him.
Valdin, those of us who are schooled in analyzing football and having and working in it, we'll always remember Rodri as the MVP in this tournament, not just for the award, but for the way he played. But many casual supporters of this game and of this sport will say, 2026, Messi, 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 and for good reason.
Messi, and he deserves all the praises. At 39, to come to a World Cup and did what he did, scoring 8 goals and assisting, I think it was probably about 5 or thereabout.
Yeah.
He deserves all the praises that he's getting. And you have people who does not know anything about football, but they know one man.
Yes.
And that's the man we're looking at.
Yeah.
That great man.
Yep. Emotional. The tears are flowing now. Yeah, because the tears will come because it's now the feeling of having let down a nation. That's what will hit you in this moment. And forgetting all of what he has done for this tournament, how far he has taken his country, the fact that there are millions of Argentines at home who gathered in their public spaces, in their homes, at the barbecue. Argentines love a barbecue. And the fact that he couldn't deliver it for them, it's just a point to make him overcome with emotion, and he's looking up at the Argentines cheering in the stands.
They're cheering him on.
Yeah, and he's feeling as if
they're calling out his name, and he's reacting to their call. Very emotional.
I wish I could have delivered it for you, is what he's saying to them. 3 World Cup finals for Messi, and he is 1 and 2, and Diego Maradona had 3. Well, the 86 final, 90. He had 2. He had 2, 1 and 1. Yeah, so there you go. All right, it's almost time for the winners to collect their medals, and that will be our cue to leave the broadcast. But we won't move until Rodri lifts that trophy aloft. And as we reflect on this tournament, Andrew, and the United States, Canada and Mexico combined to host the World Cup, North America getting a piece of the showpiece event. There were many things being said about the tournament. Of course, the politics loomed large at the start. What with the Trump immigration policy and teams not being able to go, a referee, the best in Africa, was barred from appearing. At the end of it all, 48 teams, many felt it was too bloated. Certainly I did. The quality on show and the memories that have been created means that this is a tournament that without doubt is a resounding success.
Without a doubt. I said before the tournament that CONCACAF was on show, and they definitely did well. The US, Mexico and Canada did a wonderful job of putting on the greatest show on earth. The stadiums were always jam-packed, full to capacity. The viewership, unheralded viewership for the World Cup in history. Billions watching it on a daily basis. You couldn't ask for more. This was an advertiser's dream, especially with the hydration breaks, where you had an opportunity where you could run ads and make money. So, this World Cup just shows the whole globalization and corporate side of football, and no better country to put it on than the United States, that hosted the opening game and the final game, and of course supported by hosts Mexico and Canada. They definitely put on a wonderful show.
Valdin, we had a little bit of everything. We have the Cinderella story that we love so much. We had Cape Verde. We had the oldie but goodie, Lord and Master Lionel Messi. And then we had the superstars of the game, even though Messi's won. We had Haaland showing up. Mbappe showed up. Harry Kane for a spell. Jude Bellingham showed up. Vinicius had some moments in a very, very poor Brazil team. You had all the ingredients. The things that you would want to happen at a World Cup if you were the organizer happened at least in part, making this the best, I would say. What do you say?
I think this World Cup would go down as the best, and you would have mentioned some of the things why we would say that. CONCACAF must be proud. Kudos to Mexico. Kudos to Canada. But I must say, the US knows how to put on a show, and they did. Listen, the fans in the US who did not know anything about football, they are going to leave this World Cup loving football, and that is good for the sport.
Wonderful.
Donald Trump wants to change the name to football instead of soccer.
Man, it's one of the best things he's ever said. The man is on point right there.
But think about it, George. I mean, when you look at some of the teams that have been to the World Cup for the first time and having the opportunity to get to the second round.
Yeah.
9 African teams getting to the second round.
Yes.
There were so many bridges that were broken, so many ceilings that were kicked open by a lot of the teams. And when I heard 48 teams, I said, oh gosh, the World Cup is going to be watered down.
I felt so too.
Every team deserved their spot and showed that they should have been there. Curacao from our region, who took the spot of Jamaica, went there and performed. They didn't just go there to compete.
Yes.
They performed and they were outstanding. Haiti was outstanding also.
Yes.
So, you know, when you look at it, 48 teams, I hear the FIFA president Infantino
Increasing.
thinking about 64. I still think that we should try and creep before we start running and continue with 48 for the next World Cup. But definitely, every team that was in the World Cup deserved their spot and performed admirably.
Excellent.
It's sad though that the best opportunity Jamaica would have gotten to reach to a second World Cup, we did not seize the opportunity. I'm not sure if and when we'll get another opportunity like this.
Especially with the 3 big boys from CONCACAF back in qualification.
Yes.
Rodri's getting set to lift the trophy. Ruben De La Fuente just took his winner's medal. And here comes Rodri, the metronome for this Spanish team. Hails Infantino once again. Trump has his medal, puts it around his neck, and in short order, the World Cup trophy will be lifted by the captain of this Spanish team. Outstanding from day one. And it is no accident. The best team we've seen over the preceding 4 weeks is the world champion. Yeah? And what do we say about De La Fuente, gentlemen? An investment banker back in the day, but a man who has cut his teeth building Spanish youth teams. He is a system man. He's an administration man. Not one of the fancy club coaches that international teams have been turning to in recent times. Knows process, knows the players, Andrew, and he knows how to win a tournament.
Definitely. And a lot of these winners that we see on show today actually really built the success that this team has.
Here we go. Pyrotechnics in East Rutherford, and the Spanish are dancing, and it is the cue for us to wrap this coverage. I want to thank the men and women who made this possible. I want to thank, before I do that, Valdin.
Before I leave, I just want to take the opportunity to big up O'Shea Nation.
Oh yes, man! But of course, you had to do that. You had to do that.
Would have been selected to represent Jamaica. Yes. so Jamaica was represented at the World Cup. He did 5 photo-official game. This means now that he's in the pool and should be at the next 2 World Cup once he continues on the threshold that is.
Excellent.
And since we are recognizing people, I would like to recognize Latoya De Costa, who was the stadium venue manager for this SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles for the entire World Cup.
Another, so you can't keep Jamaica
out. Keep Jamaica out.
Anyway, the week night, there you go. Yeah, I want to thank the backroom staff. So Shakari, Thompson, Odia, Bailey. I want to thank Janelle Hughes Headley. I want to thank every single member of the sales and marketing department, every single one of you. Then the producer, Alric Swaby, who did it all, Orain Buchanan, who was with him every step of the way. I want to thank Wayne Walker for doing all of the heavy lifting, all the way through to the end of this tournament. I want to thank the technical team, Jermaine King, Damian Cunningham, Andrew Anderson, Kevin Williams, every one of those guys for their contribution. Simone Luna and Henry, and the entire nationwide team for the support shown to the coverage. I want to thank my analysts, Andrew Price. I want to thank Valiant Legister, Calvert Fitzgerald, Owen Hill, Kevin Herlock, all of these guys who contributed to the competition. Peter Prendergast was with us at the very, very start, but he had to shift gears. All of you made it possible, and Nationwide's broadcast on radio, the radio treatment we've given has been like none other before. Everywhere you went, you heard a car, you heard a radio, transistor radio, those still exist. They were listening to our coverage, and proud we are that we were able to serve you in this way. So until we gather again in 4 years' time, when we expect that the black, green and gold will have stronger representation, at least we can't say there was no representation. These men dropped two names, Latoya Da Costa and O'Shea Nation, who played significant roles in the tournament. You can't keep the black, green and gold away from anywhere. There's a big party, and from anywhere there is excellence on show, and these World Cup finals have been excellent. So on behalf of the entire team, good afternoon and good luck.
Meanwhile, Pedro Porro, Williams, and somebody to Spain by Ferran Torres! At last, at long last, Spain's magic moment!
Nationwide 90 FM has just presented action from the 2026 FIFA World Cup Finals.
Brought to you by our platinum sponsors, KFC, it's finger licking good. Gold sponsors, Digicel. Powered by you, connected by us. Urban Development Corporation, making development happen for you. Sagicor Group Jamaica, wise financial thinking for life. National Road Operating and Construction Company, developing tolled roads for national development. Barita, making money work for you. Our silver sponsor, Anybet, and our bronze sponsors, Hose Assembly and Supply Limited, equipping Jamaica for success. Burger King, have it your way. Multilink, fast, secure, everywhere.
People that turn up, unity we say, nothing couldn't hurt us. This is our game, we love the World Cup. Competition with a purpose. Man, them a baller. Man, them a baller. This is the great.
The most successful teams don't focus only on today's result. They focus on the bigger picture. The same principle applies to investing. Building wealth takes time, patience, discipline, consistency. Talk to Barita